TV, you should
turn off the TV to save some energy.
You should try and save energy like we did.
Every day, as much as you can.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. La gente de mi ciudad es bella, es bonita y sin igual. La gente de mi ciudad.
Here at the Santa Ana History Room, we're committed to fostering an interest in local history by collecting, preserving, and making available materials of enduring historical value related to the development of the city of Santa Ana. You can discover your community's rich history, contribute to its preservation, and become part of the history to come. History is more than just the past. It's alive all around us, just waiting to be discovered. So come check us out at the Santa Ana Public Library and start your own journey.
Police motorcycles and runners filled the streets of Santa Ana today as members of the Santa Ana Police Department carried the Special Olympics torch through the city. Starting in the south end of the city, a relay of swift individual runners ran to make up for lost time and bring the run back on its schedule. A large group joined the run in the downtown area, and under a huge American flag raised by the Orange County Fire Authority, they ran in front of the Santa Ana Police Department building.
We had the opportunity today to show support from all bureaus. We had the traffic division, we had the administrative division, patrol, and the special investigations were a big part of putting this together and ensuring that it was done properly in true Santa Ana fashion.
After stopping for a few pictures with Chief David Valentine, the runners continued through city streets to show their support of the Special Olympics. Law enforcement agencies from a number of communities participate in this annual event, and the Santa Ana Police Department has participated for over 25 years.
Santa Ana Police Department has been involved as far as back as I can remember. It's an opportunity for law enforcement to show their support for Special Olympics. It's an annual event, and it's nationwide. About 95,000 officers participate in this, and it's basically an opportunity for the torch to be continued throughout Southern California to the various competitions.
The runners received the Special Olympics torch from the Tustin Police Department and run it through the city before they hand it off to a team from the Orange Police Department. The runners ran for almost 6 miles through the city, with a route that took them west on Edinger, north on Main Street, through downtown and past the police department, then east on Civic Center, and once again north on Main Street to their final destination at Main Place Mall. This year, the Special Olympics will be held in Seattle, Washington from July 1st through July 6th. When the torch enters Husky Stadium on July 1st for the opening ceremony and the lighting of the Special Olympic Cauldron, the runners at the Santa Ana Police Department will know that they participated in its long journey.
Hey kitty friends, it's me, Miss Kitty, your time-traveling historian. Put your thinking caps on. We're about to journey into the mysterious past. a meowsing woman, Jenny Tessman, a world-famous astronomer here in Santa Ana. In 1906, Mrs. Tessman was the first woman to ever enter Mount Wilson Observatory in Pasadena as a researcher. There, she worked with some great minds, including Dr. Albert Einstein. In 1911, Mrs. Tessman co-wrote the book Rotation of the Sun, which is regarded as an innovative work, revolutionizing astronomical research. In 1918, Jenny Tessman and her parents moved to Santa Ana, where she began teaching astronomy at Santa Ana College. During her tenure there, she also built a friendship with local lawyer Clyde Bishop. In 1923, Mr. Bishop built an observatory at his estate in Lemon Heights, where Mrs. Tessman served as technical advisor to the project. She helped design the observatory and assisted in the selection of this telescope, an 8-inch Alvin Clark refractor. How far can it see? 1.1 million light years away. How awesome! In the late 1930s, Mrs. Tessman was one of 50 women in the United States to be doing astronomical research. She has shown us worlds beyond our own realm, and therefore has helped us reach for greater understanding. Thanks to her, in 1940, the Bishop Estate donated their observatory dome and telescope to Santa Ana College, making learning more fun for all the students. In 1967, Santa Ana College showcased their new science complex, which featured the Tessman Planetarium, in honor of the 80-year legacy Mrs. Tessman left behind for her students and the city of Santa Ana. Thanks so much for joining us, kitty friends. Hope to see you again somewhere in the past. Till next time. Hey kitty friends, it's me, Miss Kitty, your time-traveling historian. Put your thinking caps on. Today, we're going to learn about the Santa Ana winds. The Santa Ana winds are catastrophically strong and extremely dry downsloping winds that affect the coast of Southern California and northern Baja California. The Santa Ana winds have been recognized and reported in English language records as a weather phenomenon in Southern California since at least the mid-19th century. These winds easily exceed 40 miles per hour, and because of their warm and dry nature, they often accentuate brush fires. The Santa Ana winds and the accompanying raging wildfires have been a part of the ecosystem of the Los Angeles Basin for over 5,000 years. Now we're going to talk to Santa Ana College geologist Phil Hughes to see what he has to say about the origins of these crazy winds.
The Santa Ana winds are a wind pattern in Southern California where the wind direction is the opposite of what it usually is. Our winds normally come in from the west off of the ocean, and they call it a Santa Ana wind when it comes from the east off of the deserts. The Santa Ana winds are caused when there's what we call a high pressure zone, or an anticyclone is over the deserts to the east of us that blows the wind away from it. And if at the same time there's a cyclone or a low pressure zone over the ocean, it pulls the air towards the ocean. The original Spanish-speaking people here called it the Santanas winds, after Satan, like the wind from hell or the devil winds. Because if you were here in the 1830s and you don't have air conditioning, it would be pretty miserable and people would gripe about it. So I believe it originally came from people comparing it to like the wind from hell or the devil's wind. When they get really hard, they can make it hard to drive cars and trucks. You can get tree limbs falling off. Some particularly eucalyptus trees are kind of brittle and they'll break and fall. The biggest danger is fires. They are very hot winds. They are very dry winds, so it's very low humidity. So you'll see the fire danger proclaimed when we have Santa Ana winds. The wind itself, when there's a fire, will spread that fire very much faster than it would under normal conditions.
Thanks so much for joining us. Hope to see you again somewhere in the past. Till next time. When looking at Santa Ana, one can see a bustling city with great history and opportunity. At every turn, one is able to explore and venture into a rich and diverse background. Through careful cultivation, local businesses have been able to grow and flourish along this beautiful city. Come with us as we peer into the history of several local Santa Ana shops. Originally named Orange County Title Company, First American was founded by Charles Edward Parker in 1889. Through careful development, the business grew and became one of the first companies in California to issue insurance. By 1968, the company rebranded itself as First American Title and expanded its entrepreneurial endeavors to meet the needs of an ever-changing community. Currently serving people in over 70 countries, First American has become one of the largest title insurance companies in the world. With an unfaltering commitment to customers, the company continues to use elements like innovative and progressive leadership to provide unparalleled service. From the dreams of a visionary, First American Title is the picture of an ideal company. Wealth, strength, ambition, all of this from a small company that started in Santa Ana all those years ago. Opened in 1955, R&R Western has been in the business of selling Western wear and accessories to the diverse Santa Ana community. Located in the heart of downtown Santa Ana, owner Raymond Ringgold offers a wide selection of boots, buckles, cowboy hats, and other finely crafted apparel. Special items like handcrafted straw and felt hats, exotic wallets, and both domestic and international boots are readily available. Through a long and storied history, R&R Western has seen many changes. During the 70s, Raymond's business weathered a fire that devastated downtown Santa Ana. Committed to his business and city, Raymond returned to the area after it was completely restored. Today, Raymond Ringgold is 85 years old and still owns the slickest Western apparel shop this side of downtown Santa Ana. One of the oldest Mexican restaurants built in Orange County, Sariana's Tamale Factory was founded in 1939. Just off of 5th Street, Sariana's is a small yet charming family business that caters to those seeking fresh, authentic Mexican food. Before venturing out to the fashionable downtown area, shoppers can stop by for a quick bite and partake in the delicious experience of sopes and tortas. While there are many delicious offerings, the restaurant is best known for their classic pork tamales and hard-shell crispy tacos. With a large and ever-growing patronage, Sariana's Tamale Factory is an historic city landmark that won't soon be replaced. For over 75 years, this restaurant has been and will continue to bring family and friends together.
Known as the water jaguar in Brazil, this voracious hunter is called Lobo de Rio, the river wolf. Found in the rivers of South America, giant river otters are voracious hunters, eating up to 9 pounds of fish a day. They've even been known to kill and eat anacondas, the world's heaviest snakes, along with caiman, a type of freshwater crocodile. The giant river otter is the world's largest otter and grows to be an amazing 6 feet long. Their webbed feet and wide flat tails propel them swiftly through the water in search of food or a new place to explore. Their swimming underwater is graceful and effortless. They live in large family groups and are active, playful, and very vocal. And they are endangered. Giant river otters are the rarest otters with only a few thousand left in the world. Their biggest threats are from people who hunt them for their pelts and overfish the rivers, leaving them little food to survive. Zoos across the world are working together to save this endangered species, but very few zoos have them in the United States. Their playful antics, loud calls, and non-stop eating make them a favorite with zoo guests. The city of Santa Ana has committed $1.4 million towards the construction of the giant river otter exhibit at the Santa Ana Zoo. By placing them in Amazon's Edge, our beautiful exhibit with its thundering waterfall, our visitors' first animal encounter will be full of energy, sound, and action. The exhibit will have a state-of-the-art water filtration system, so our guests can see the otters through the underwater viewing window, and the otters will have crystal clear water to live happy and healthy lives. Clean water is vital to life, so we'll teach our guests about the importance of conserving water and using it wisely for ourselves and the animals around us. The city of Santa Ana has a way to make this vision a reality. An additional $600,000 is needed to complete the project. Help us bring the amazing giant river otter to its new home at the Santa Ana Zoo and allow zoo visitors the chance to enjoy this unique and beautiful creature.
By making purchases with local businesses and vendors, more of your money stays close to home. This in turn supports our parks, recreation centers, libraries, and other services in development that enrich and improve the lives of Santa Ana residents. When you shop in Santa Ana, you are contributing to a culture of shared opportunity and progress. Santa Ana's youth commissioners will take you on a tour of some of their favorite businesses in the community.
Our city has a strong presence of Latino culture, and what better way to express that love and pride than through a warm cup of coffee? Located in the heart of downtown Santa Ana, Café Calacas is a great place for people from all walks of life to come together for Mexi Fraps and Pan Dulce. Catch them early in the day and you might get a hold of some chilaquiles for a hearty breakfast. Café Calacas offers a rich variety of savory foods and refreshments that will make your mouth water. Along with delicious dishes, the restaurant is an excellent place to hang out with your friends and converse over great food. It's my favorite way to start the day.
Left of the Dial Records has a wide selection of music, but I always come down for the latest hip-hop releases. With a superb knowledge in music, the owner keeps his shop stocked with new and used records while providing a friendly atmosphere for all. If you have a passion for discovering new music and you haven't been to Left of the Dial yet, I highly recommend a visit. Left of the Dial Records also offers CDs, cassettes, shirts, and posters. There's a lot going on in this little record shop, and it's incredibly fun to partake in. It's important to support local businesses, and I like supporting good art as well. You could say I have become something of a regular. Don't miss out on the great small businesses like Left of the Dial Records in Santa Ana.
VIP Dance Studios where I come to unwind. I feel like the instructors here care about making Santa Ana kids better dancers. They offer a great selection of exercise classes for anybody looking for a fun and supportive environment. I have been practicing at VIP Dance Studio for 2 years, and it has been a rewarding experience. I'm so grateful to have had the chance to broaden my skills and meet so many warm and ambitious people. This place is where kids can come to build their confidence and become well-rounded young adults. VIP Dance Studio is a warm environment and it brings me closer to my community.
My favorite place to eat after school is Las Tortugas Grill. With the most delicious tortas around, this is a frequent hotspot that I and many others love to dine at. Since it's a food truck, you're able to walk around the back and see all of the fabulous employees working the grills in one well-managed space. Coming to Santa Ana, everyone should experience the wide and diverse food trucks we have to offer. In my opinion, Las Tortugas is one of the best food trucks around. I would personally recommend anyone looking for good food to give them a visit. You cannot afford to miss this little-known city treasure.
Whether you're in the mood for unique and savory cuisine, the opportunity to expand your record collection, or to make new connections and explore the city, Santa Ana has a wide variety of businesses that inspire and invite excitement. It's important to be mindful of our purchasing decisions and remember to invest money back into our community. Investing in local businesses helps create a thriving city based on shared opportunity. That's why the Santa Ana Youth Commission supports the citywide effort to remind residents to shop local and shop Santa Ana.
The city of Santa Ana traces its origins to the 1760s. By the 1930s, the population was over 30,000 and it had become a railroad destination and a center for commercial, financial, and manufacturing businesses. Today, there are more than 300,000 people in Santa Ana, and 21.5% of them live below the federal poverty line. This is where Assistance League of Santa Ana has established a legacy.
I've been a member of Assistance League of Santa Ana since 1947, and it was such an impressive organization to me because it was one of the first to directly serve individuals in the community and to give assistance where assistance was needed.
Grew up in Santa Ana. I went to Santa Ana schools. I went to Santa Ana College. I live in Santa Ana. I am very pro Santa Ana, and if you want to help Santa Ana, this is the place.
Assistance League Santa Ana has been around for 80 years. We were pretty much the pioneer of philanthropy in Santa Ana. And in those 80 years, the community has changed, technology has changed, people have changed, the time we have to volunteer has changed. And I really like Assistance League, the way that we've been able to change along with the times.
The narrative begins over 80 years ago as Mrs. James Irvine watched, with great interest, a volunteer group in Los Angeles founded by Anne Hancock Banning called Assistance League of Southern California. In 1935, she inspired her bridge-playing friends to do something to promote the welfare of Santa Ana's less fortunate. The seed was planted, and in 1938, Mrs. Irvine's organization received its charter.
I never will forget the day that I first met Mrs. James Irvine, Catherine. I was working at thrift shop, and in sailed this tall, statuesque lady. And I mean, she came in like a whirlwind, and she always wore huge, big hats. And it just is amazing what Mrs. Irvine did to start this organization of wonderful women. Great changes came in the 40s. The word had spread of the successes they'd had with improving the quality of life in their community, and different women in the other towns came to Mrs. Irvine and said, "We'd like to be involved."
As these neighboring cities joined Santa Ana in their good works, the group became known as Assistance League of Orange County, and membership totaled over 400 women. And in 1939, the first thrift shop opened in the historic Ramona building. With more needs to be served and increased demands on their treasury, League introduced the first Orange County Horse Show held in the Santa Ana Bowl.
Then it became, by 1940, the Fair and Horse Show, which was a huge, huge event. And that horse show ended when the war came.
This fair and horse show, started by Santa Ana's Assistance League, became the annual Orange County Fair. With the onset of World War II, League members worked with the Red Cross and the Armed Services at the Santa Ana Air Base, rolling bandages, knitting and sewing, arranging surgical dressings, driving the motor pool, learning first aid, and serving as hostesses at USO parties. At the end of the war, the base closed and these projects stopped, but the League's philanthropy continued. Members raised funds for Orange County flood relief, screened school children for cerebral palsy, and provided emergency aid, later known as homemaker service, to the families in Santa Ana.
Emergency aid was a program where we gave emergency aid to people that came in and needed food, housing, money for things, and we were able to do that at that time one-on-one.
We did individual needs. We used to go into the community when it was safe to do that in Santa Ana. And Jeannie Wahlberg and I used to work together and go into people's homes and take them things. And it was whatever they needed. It wasn't a particular thing.
In the late 40s, the thrift shop was moved into a storefront building, and it was a big move because these women had never managed money. They'd never had a checkbook. The husband handled all the finances. And for these ladies to rent this building and have the obligation of funding it was a big move. One of the members, Mrs. Charles Plum, a large home. They offered the League the opportunity to buy the dining room, the living room, and one bedroom. This meant monumental debt. $10,000 in those days was quite a bit of money. But these women went to the bank and got their first loan and paid it off.
This property became the foundation for League's present location on First Street.
The saddest thing that happened in the 50s was we lost our founder, organizer, and constant supporter, Mrs. James Irvine.
Catherine Irvine and her friends were Santa Ana's benevolent pioneers and remarkable women. And there were to be more remarkable women and projects to come. In the late 60s, the First Street property was developed further with new buildings, one for the toy loan program and another to accommodate a larger thrift shop. In 1979, League developed the Catherine Irvine Day School.
I was chairman of the daycare center. Spent a lot of time thinking and pondering that. And my committee, we spent months driving to all daycare centers in Southern California. We'd talk to the directors, we'd go to our 2 SUVs, off we'd go. So we got the best of all the daycare centers by the time we finally put this together. So the completion of the daycare center took approximately 2 years, and we had a very grand opening, the mayor, and it was just a very exciting time.
We were responsible for funding it, for managing it. We had a professional staff, but we were the overseers. It was a very progressive daycare. It was about the children learning and having experiences.
League no longer runs the daycare center, but leases and maintains the building. With the realization that more women were entering the workforce, the Majeska Auxiliary was established.
I was approached by members of League and said, maybe we need a working women's auxiliary. We got together, several of us were invited to start. We did all the due diligence, and in '81, we had a working women's auxiliary, and I was very honored to be that first chairman.
Right at the time that we were entering a new century, which sounded like a very big deal, and it was 1999, 2000. And we were very excited because we really thought we were going to bridge the future.
And bridge the future they did. While no longer the sole philanthropic organization in Santa Ana, League continues to serve the needs of Santa Ana's working poor, their children, and the elderly. League's programs and projects begun decades ago are relevant and matchless today.
In 1978, I was chairman of the Dental Center project, and that started with a $25,000 generous donation. And I can remember coming on weekends with my little children and vacuuming the center before it opened, and I worked with the dentist a lot then.
The dental clinic I thought was fabulous when it started, an extremely worthwhile thing for this area to be able to have children have their teeth checked and work done on them.
That is the most underfunded, the most needed service that our communities are in need of, and are the most expensive if you try and go and get that out of pocket somewhere. And if you're uninsured, there simply isn't a resource.
The dental center was a necessity to treat the children for their future health. The national organization wanted us to be identified with what we did. So that is when we put in Operation School Bell.
We clothe with school uniforms over 2,000 kids. They get backpacks, they get a hygiene kit, they get shoes, they get socks, underwear.
The joy on the children's faces when they get a backpack with items for their school that they may never have. And they get shoes. Usually they pass me down shoes and pass me down clothes.
They're so excited. Some of them may not have had new clothes very often. And they come home just carrying them like they're little gifts of some kind.
The thrift shop is a wonderful program, raising money for Assistance League, but also it gives a lot of people in this vicinity an ability to buy some nice clothes.
We have our regular customers, but we have people who come from all over. We have a woman who used to live in Riverside, and every year she would come with her daughter to outfit her for school. And they have moved to Arizona, and she still comes back.
People come in and get things that they needed to have their life be more normal, and we were able to provide them.
I was there one day, and this girl came in, and she was anxious to find something so that she could go for a job interview where she'd look professional and sharper. And she found this beautiful suit, which fit her perfectly. There were tears. And this possibly was a little step for her getting a good job.
In 1964, 40 teenage girls became the first members of the Esses Teens Auxiliary.
I feel very lucky to have been in the first graduating class to have gone all the way through Assist Teens.
I fell in love with the Assist Teen program because I saw my kids start to realize the importance of giving back. When my son got his first job, he put down working in the thrift store as a job reference. He had done customer service, he had worked a cash register, so not only did it give them practical life skills, it also made him realize that some people have to do their shopping in the thrift store. It made my kids open up their eyes to the fact that this world is full of all sorts of people and everybody is worthy.
My most rewarding experience with Assist Teens was working with the girls themselves, and we got to be really close. What we learned here to give back is still going on with our children and our grandchildren. They're in Assist Teens, which is quite a heritage.
The scholarship is really a wonderful thing because I can see the results. We meet so many interesting young students that you know they're going to go someplace.
We partnership with the Career Technical Education Department in Santa Ana Schools, and they help us find our students.
This is the place that gave me a scholarship earlier on, and so now that I'm in a position to be able to give back, we partnered with the Assistance League with the dental facilities. We also run medical and dental and behavioral health services, and so programs like the Assistance League, because they focus on children, are essential.
I was a recipient of their scholarship. It was enough money to pay for my books, to help with transportation. Along with financial aid, I was able to continue my education. They have their Gift of Giving event every December where they sponsor about 40 families, 50 families in our community. These are usually low-income families, maybe some migrant workers, and I play Santa Claus every year. It's my way of giving back.
I've been Mrs. Santa Claus for I don't know how many years. I've collected about 1,000 books every year as Mrs. Santa and then give them 4 or 5 to every child that comes through for our gift of giving. They'll probably always think of me as Mrs. Santa Claus, whether I want them to or not.
It is the most wonderful experience because the parents come up to you or the people come up to you and say, thank you so much, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have Christmas.
We have an outreach program, so we help other community services. We'll have about 4 programs that we'll help support during the year.
The Outreach Committee has done some wonderful projects over the last few years. One thing that we've done is provide gardening tools to an organization that goes into homes that have fruit trees and such in their backyard, not enough time to harvest them. And the harvesters go in and they glean all of those trees, and then they put that food to the food bank, which ultimately goes to the people in the community who need fresh fruits and vegetables. Assistance League provided laundry soap and laundry products for an organization here in Santa Ana that does outreach to the homeless by washing their clothes once a month. And it was wonderful to know that just our little donations of Tide and Downy and Bounce could make a difference and give some dignity to some people who are really down and out right here in our own backyard.
Through the years, the League's fundraising events were grand social affairs. From the horse shows to fashion shows to sleigh bell suppers, Christmas home tours, the world's largest cocktail party to Open Fashion Island, garden tours, and golf classics. They were not only first-class productions, but also great fun, creating solidarity and friendship among members.
I think my most memorable experiences with League were some of the parties that we had, actually. Of course, they were fundraisers, but they were really fun, as well as raising funds.
We had so many dances, so many parties, so many sleigh bell suppers, they called. And one of our sleigh bell suppers was held in a hotel. And I had a ball gown on, and coming home that night in the car, my husband was ill, did not join me there. And I had a flat tire in a real sad part of Santa Ana. Went off the road and went to a movie theater of some sort, and there was no payphone, no cell phones, and a group of young men, this was at midnight, stopped, and here I am in my ball gown, and I was very frightened, and they got out of the car and changed my tire, and they said, "Why do you look like you do?" And I said, Assistance League of Santa Ana, and they said, "Oh, we know all about Assistance League, we know all about the thrift shop, we know all about the dental center," and that was very, very memorable to me.
Almost every time I come to the thrift shop to work, something unusual and funny happens. We've had a person living on top of the thrift shop on the roof, and I asked him to come down, and he told me he was praying and he really didn't want to come down, but he got down before the police got here. So that's probably one of my more outstanding memories.
With a track record of giving that is beyond reproach and a genuine legacy of love towards the people of Santa Ana, Assistance League is primed to meet the needs of our diverse and ever-growing community.
We see a lot of people that are homeless, but we don't see the working poor as just people driving on the freeway or driving on a street through our community. Being here in the Assistance League, I've really been able to see how many people are really just living day to day. If there's a need in the community, people are hopefully telling Assistance League. And then Assistance League is going to figure out the best way to meet those needs.
I'd like to see Assistance League be valued in the community and the efforts that they put into it and how it can better the lives of the people that come and take advantage of our programs.
It's a group of people that really care about other people.
To those whom much has been given, much will be expected. And I think we've all tried in some way or another to give back. It wasn't just for the social aspect of it, it was the fact that we were doing something meaningful.
League to me means friendship, charity, helping others, and most of all, love.
In this world of volunteers, there are always ups, there are always downs. There are many smiles and a few sad frowns. But all things considered, I must truly confess that knowing you has been the best. As for me, this year I'll forever treasure, 'cause from June through May you've been a pleasure. With meetings and events and decisions all year, you've always come through and proven yourself dear.
For more information, please visit assistanceleague.org/Santa-Ana.
All right. Would you welcome to the platform Chairwoman of your Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, Paula Garcia Arsenault.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful to see all my friends. Good morning and welcome to the annual State of the City breakfast with our mayor, Honorable Miguel Polito. I am Paula Garcia Arsenault, Chairwoman of your fabulous Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce and Director Family Services for Habitat of Humanity Orange County. Would you all please stand as the colors are presented by the Santa Ana Police Department Honor Guard, led by Corporal Nelson, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Joshua Salgado, Eagle Scout of the Santa Ana Boy Scout Troop 220. The singing of our national anthem by Dalmas Rubio and Jasmine Alvarenga from Santa Ana High School, and the invocation led by Pastor David Mitchell from Santa Ana Calvary Church. We ask that we all remain standing until the honor guard has left the room.
Please put your right hand over your heart. And please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
See by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the
That was beautiful. Thank you. As pastor of Calvary Church has been part of the Santa Ana community proudly for 86 years. And so it's a joy to invite God to our community and to this event today. Let me pray. Father God, we thank you that you're a God of this world, that God, there is no one you do not love, and you have a love and compassion for this entire community here in Santa Ana. God, we're thankful for all the wonderful things that are developing and growing and thriving here in our city. God, we know that there are needs that are still out there as well. Lord, help us, strengthen us, and guide us in ways that we can help address the needs and those who are needy. And that, God, that we would be a community that bands together, have a common cause of improving and strengthening, as well as enjoying and the privilege of serving together in those areas that are thriving. God, we invite you into this moment. We invite you into our city. And that you are a God who has told us that there is one thing that is most important to you, that we would know you and that we would understand you. And that you are the God of loving kindness, justice, and righteousness. And in these things you delight. God, I pray that you would delight over our community that is filled with your loving kindness, justice, and righteousness. And for this morning, God, we pray your blessing upon all that takes place, for the food that we eat, for the time that we spend together with one another, and Father, for the message that we will hear. And Father, we look to you for all these things in humility. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. You can be seated.
We now ask you to enjoy your breakfast, enjoy your conversation, and we will start the program in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start. And those of you that are standing over at the coffee bar, just stay there. All right, if I can have a quiet, please. They're still serving breakfast, but this is a working breakfast. You thought this was just going to be fun and games, but it's not. This is a working breakfast. So please find your seats. You can do some networking afterwards to try to get you out of here by 11:30 or 12 so you can do some networking then. So Ms. Murray, have a seat. All of you have a seat, please. And they'll make sure that you get breakfast. If you don't get breakfast, just stay here. We'll get you lunch. Okay? All right, let's get started here. Good morning. I'm Dave Elliott, the President and CEO of your Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, and it's our privilege to co-sponsor this event this morning with the City of Santa Ana and our phenomenal Mayor, Miguel Polito. So we welcome all of you for being here today. And for right now, do this for me, a one-hand clap for all of you to be here today. Ready? 1, 2, 3, clap. Very good. Now, you've all applauded yourselves for being here, so we don't have to do that later on, okay? So would you thank Lucas Canero, who has been providing all the guitar background music today? Where's Lucas at? Phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. Also, would you thank the Bowers? I think we've been here about 5 or 6 years in a row, and Peter Keller and Angie. Where are you guys at? Right over here, Peter. Thank you guys so much for hosting this today, the Bowers Museum. So this next part, I've told Miguel, this is the hardest part of the morning coming up. Seriously, it's the hardest part. I have to recognize all these people. Okay? And all of you are important, okay? But these are important people, too. So bear with me as we're going to recognize some of our outstanding public service leaders here in Santa Ana, around Santa Ana as well. But this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to read a name, and I want them to stand. I want you to remain standing. No applause. No applause, okay? Then on cue, we will all applaud all of them at once with a one-hand clap. Okay? We're good with that? Now, if I don't mention your name and you're an elected official, it's not because we don't want you reelected. Okay? That's not why we do that. It's just because we missed you somehow. So we'll ask at the end if we miss somebody, if you'll stand up and join, okay? So from our own city council, Jose Solario. Stand up, Jose. Remain standing. Thank you. All right. Juan Villegas, where's Juan? Right here, thank you. And Michelle Martinez, is Michelle here? Michelle, thank you. Remain standing, okay. From our state senate, Janet Nguyen, where's Senator Nguyen? I saw her earlier. Right here, great, remain standing. This person said not to mention his name, but from our County of Orange OC Supervisor, Todd Spitzer. Where's Todd at? Todd never wants to stand up. That's $50, buddy, for that plug. 50. Oh, that's right. You can't pay that. All right, good. From our cities, from Tustin, the mayor of Tustin, Alan Bernstein. Where's Alan? I saw him earlier. Okay. He had to go. Okay. And then from our mayor from Huntington Beach, an OCTA board member, Barbara Doglese. Where's Barbara at? Thank you. And then from the OCTA board, Mike Hennessy. Okay, and then Mayor of City of Garden Grove and OCTA member Steve Jones. Who did that? Michelle. You're not following the rules. You're not following the rules, okay? Council member from the City of Anaheim, Chris Murray. Chris, I remember when with OCBC, great. And then our mayor from Anaheim and OCTA member Tom Tate. Beautiful. And then Mayor Pro Tem, City of Salah Habra, and OCTA board member Tim Shaw. Beautiful. And then from our Rancho San Diego Community College Board of Trustees, Claudia Alvarez, trustee. Zeke Hernandez, trustee. I saw you here. Larry Labrado, I saw here, trustee. And Naleda Mendoza, trustee. Okay, they're here. Okay, good. We're all standing. And then from our Santa Ana Unified School Board of Education, Valerie Amezcua. Valerie here, okay. And then representing Assemblyman Tom Daly, Avellino. Where's GQ man? Avellino. Avellino here. That is GQ. Tell you what. That's $100 for you, buddy. From representing Congressman Lou Correa, Claudio Gallegos. Where's Claudio at? Okay, thank you. And then representing Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, Paul Walters. Where's Paul at? I saw him earlier. All right, ready? On three, one hand clap. Okay, wait a minute. Did I miss any electeds? If you did, please stand. Any of you want to run for elected position? Okay, great. 1, 2, 3, and we do clap. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, good job. And seriously, thank you for your public service for us. So, moving on. Our State of the City breakfast, this is the 20th year, and I believe it's the 20th year with Mayor Polito as well. And I've been here for a number of those myself, and it's a great honor for us to participate in with this great breakfast event. But it's important to note that an event like this doesn't happen without tremendous group of sponsors. So I'd like to recognize our sponsors. They're listed on the backside of your program as well, but I'm going to single out a couple others. This year we're excited and proud to have KPC Health as our presenting sponsor. I would like to ask the CEO of KPC Health, Suzanne Richards, who's also one of our board members, to come forward and share a couple of comments. So Suzanne, where are you at? Come on up here. You got to run, Suzanne. Would you welcome Suzanne, please?
Thank you, Dave. I want to thank our mayor, Mayor Polito, and the entire Santa Ana City Council and the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce for the opportunity to be part of this absolutely wonderful event. Just a little bit about KPC Health. That name probably isn't familiar to you. We are 7 hospitals in Southern California, but the 2 that you should know are the 2 acute care hospitals you have in the city of Santa Ana. The first one is South Coast Global Medical Center. It is a nice community hospital. It has, of course, acute care services, a geropsych. We want to take care of our psychiatric population, especially our older psychiatric population. It has an OB department and a subacute department. The other one that you probably know is actually the first hospital in Orange County. It is the oldest hospital in Orange County because it was first. It is over 100 years old. Used to be called Westmont Santa Ana. Now it is called Orange County Global Medical Center. Now what's important about this hospital is we have services you probably, we hope, have never used. Everybody knows about the trauma center, but we are one of 5 hospitals in Southern California that does replant. So if someone you know cuts off their hand, we actually can plant it back onto their body. So a lot of people are amazed that that type of service is there. We do. Everybody's laughing. They need to call for an appointment. No appointment necessary. But we are the one of 2 level 2 trauma centers in Orange County. We are a burn center. We are a high acuity OB. And the last program I want to tell everybody about, a lot of us have children, nieces, nephews, etc., that would like to get into healthcare. We are the 2 MEP programs in Orange County. With the help of ROP, we started a Medical Explorer program. People are familiar with the police and the fire explorers, but we take high schoolers and we teach them all the different fields of healthcare because there is a shortage. We are all getting older, and we want to make sure that there's plenty of healthcare workers for us when we need those healthcare workers. So I want to thank you. And it's an absolute honor to be a sponsor for this, this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. They're a great new partner with us here in Santa Ana with the 2 hospitals, and Suzanne coming on our board, and we really appreciate KPC Health. We have 2 outstanding organizations that event sponsors this year, and that is Wells Fargo. Where's Wells Fargo at with Keith? Keith Cabada. Where's Wells? Right here. Keith's not here, but Wells, thank you very much as an event sponsor. And Main Place Mall with Jonathan. Is Jonathan here? Main Place Mall. Where's Main Place at? Right over here? Okay. Tell Jonathan we said hi, okay? Thank you guys for doing that. And then we have several corporate sponsors. I want to recognize Arnell and Affiliates, AT&T, Caribou Industries, Crevier Classic Cars, and Vanguard University as our corporate sponsors. We thank you guys for that investment into this project. And then there is a ton of we call table sponsors and our nonprofits, and they're listed on your program on the back side. You'll see a list there, a long list of folks there. And then I just want to recognize we have 2 organizations within the chamber that are there. We have our event champions. So they're listed there, our event champions that support all our events throughout the year. On the back side there were the sponsors. And then we have our President's Circle, and these are organizations that support your Chamber of Commerce above and beyond sponsorships, that kind of thing. So I want to recognize those folks as well. And finally, well, not finally, one other thing. Would you just a one clap for our outstanding committee that puts this together? They're all over the place, but if you're a committee member for the state of the city, would you stand? Do I have? They're probably out and running around. Well, one clap for all those folks. We ready? 1, 2, 3, clap. Okay, good. Tell you what, it's tough. It's tough. I get paid a lot of money doing that. I tell you this. You know, this is why. You know. Okay, so finally, before I make the last couple remarks, and then Miguel's going to be coming and stuff and share some thoughts with us. I want to recognize our outstanding board of directors. You saw and met Paula earlier, but we have an outstanding board of directors. When they're all there, we have 41 board members representing all kinds of businesses across the spectrum of business here in Santa Ana. I'd like our board members for the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce to just please stand. So if you're a board member, please stand. Great, including our newest board member, Sandy Jones from UC Irvine. So thank you guys, appreciate it. Multiple claps, multiple claps. All right, in closing, it is our privilege as your Chamber of Commerce to serve you, the business community, as a resource, connector, and advocate for a thriving business community here in Santa Ana and the surrounding region. Our focus is on 3 things: business and economic development, legislative advocacy, and community involvement. In each of those areas, we have a council that works in each of those areas on a regular basis to move our whole message forward of Santa Ana is a great place to have a business and do business and to live and work and play. If you're not involved with us as members, please consider, we have a table out there, some information. Please consider joining us. Continue to help build a positive business community here. We do have 2 events coming up I want to mention. There's some information on your table. The first one is our Vision Makers. There's a little brochure, a little flyer on your table. Our Vision Makers series is a 4-part breakfast series. Our next one is on Friday, August 25th at Morton's. Yes, Morton's opens breakfast for the chamber. Okay? So it'll be at Morton's, and the Honorable Congressman Lou Correa will be our guest. And we have a phenomenal moderator in Jenna Jensen. Where's Jenna at? Jenna, stand up, okay? She's our moderator, does a great job in doing that. So come out on the 25th and join us. The other event I want to mention is the 2nd annual Taste of Santa Ana at Main Place. There's a flyer on your table about coming to that on Saturday, the 30th of September. Great event. There's also a brochure, I think 1 or 2 at a table. If you're interested in being a sponsor for that event, take a look at that and go from there. Miguel? It's yours, Bubba. Come on up. Would you welcome our outstanding mayor, Miguel Polito?
Thank you, Dave. In a few minutes, the gentleman that's going to introduce me is going to arrive. He's late. So when he arrives, I want you to pretend like it's all normal. I'm going to sit down, he's going to come up, he's going to say a few words, and then I'm going to continue with a speech. But given that, I'm going to go ahead and start the speech for right now, and then I'll interrupt when he arrives. And I'll let you know who it is when he arrives, so you'll be wondering who could it be. William Spurgeon many years ago came here from Kentucky on horseback, and there was nothing but a very high mustard seed here at the time, and they couldn't see anything. So he climbed up a sycamore tree, and he looked around the area, and he decided he was going to buy about 70 acres and start the city of Santa Ana. So he bought between Broadway, which used to be called West Street, and then First Street, 7th Street, and Spurgeon. And so that's why we've got Spurgeon. West Street became Broadway. Sycamore became Sycamore, which is where the sycamore tree was that he climbed, because there was no other way to look at what's going on. Now we've got the internet, we've got people. It's a different world, but you always have to deal with the cards that you're dealt, and you have to do the best you can with what you can. And so when he started, it was just those 70 acres or so that he purchased. And today, we're all blessed. All of us, everyone here in this room is blessed because we live in a beautiful county. We have a beautiful city in the city of Santa Ana, and we're all working together. We're working together to, no, it's not Reuben Smith. Reuben Smith's arriving, but he's not the guy that's going to introduce me. So we all work together. We all work together, and I think we're making a huge difference. In particular, I want to thank my fellow city council members that do all so much. We always deal with things. We usually agree, but when we don't, we're not disagreeable, and that's a big deal. We're always working on behalf of the city. And as we're doing that, I think we're making a big difference. I also want to thank fellow board members from OCTA. I'll talk about our streetcar project in a minute. And Tom, thank you for a soft no on that. I know we disagree on that one, but Tom is the city of kindness. So even when he votes no, he does it in a kind manner. And he's a great guy and a good friend, and I very much appreciate him being here. Let me just say a few things about some of the things that are going on here in the city. Our businesses are up. We have now over 30,000 businesses in the city. To be exact, it's 30,593 businesses. And through Michelle Martinez's efforts and SCAG, we're going to be working to basically analyze all 30,000 businesses and try to figure out how can we make them more efficient. Is there anything that we're not doing that we should be doing? And by the way, any of our other cities that are here, because I know we have several other cities here, we should all help each other, and if there's a better way, you know, to build a mousetrap, that's what we ought to be doing. So that's something that's coming up in our very near future. I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that are going on in the Auto Mall, for example. I know we've got, you know, the Penske group here in Crevier and all that. I'm telling you, they're doing awesome. The Penske group and Roger Penske has fallen in love with Santa Ana, which is a great thing for us. He's at the Auto Mall on a regular basis, and they're just trying to figure out how to bring in more dealerships and how to increase sales and what to do, and it's making a huge difference. And talking about a huge difference, I know earlier we're trying to figure out where was Main Place, and I think they're here in the room, but I'll tell you, I was recently meeting with Main Place, and they're planning big things, and they have to because all of retail is changing. You know, the internet is changing this world very quickly, and so they're looking at, you know, how do we reinvent the mall to keep it viable, to keep it exciting, to keep people coming. So far, I'll tell you, they're doing a pretty good job because every time I go there, all the, you know, parking lots full, but you have to keep going. And as I'm going here looking at the map and different things going on in the city, one of them is the Register site. I don't know if you're familiar, but Tom, the Register is now in Anaheim, but it's a smaller Register. And however, the Register building and the site is still there. And, you know, sometimes you have to be Pollyannish about things. You just have to believe that you can do them, and then you go, and sometimes they don't work out, but sometimes they do. The same way I talked earlier about, William Spurgeon, we've got a guy here in town that just goes for things. You know, his name is Mike Heron, is sitting over there at the Caribou table, and I'm telling you, people ask me, like, what's he doing? He's got like a bunch of dirt over there on Broadway, and he keeps moving it around, and then he's digging, but is he really digging? I'll tell you, he really is digging. He's got some very deep, I think about 80 or so, deep pylons. He's got a different name for them, but, because he's a contractor and a construction guy and an architect and a bunch of other things. But anyways, he tells me that he's under construction, that he'll have the foundation done in December, that he's put the money together to build the entire project, and that 2 years from now the skyscraper will be up in the air. So we'll continue to progress. But earlier I mentioned the Register, and that's because Mike's also bought about 40 acres over there by the Register, and he's coming in October with a huge project for us to look at, which is going to be a series of commercial office space, a reuse of the existing Register building, and then a residential campus around the perimeter. And so all these different things are coming together. And talking about coming together, when I was meeting with the Main Place folks recently, guess what happened? I'm coming out of the building, they flew in from, back east or whatever to talk about what they're doing, and I come walking out there, and there's Evangeline Gurwanski, and Irma was with her as well. And I asked them to come here today because part of what makes the city great is the giving. The giving, I think, is the heart and soul of what goes on here in the city. And Evangeline and Irma, and there's others, have signed up for this volunteer task force to where they actually go through some training, and then they assist the police department as volunteers. They also do code enforcement. They do a series of things. So I asked them to wear their uniform, because when I walked at that meeting at City Hall the other day, I usually see them dressed normally. This time they had like this badge and all this stuff, and I'm saying, boy, is there something I don't know? And I didn't know. But they're not police officers, but they're volunteers. Can you please stand up and show off your uniforms, please, and the good work that you do? See, they look very official, and they are. And they are. And look, as I look around the city and I look at all the different projects, there's a ton of projects, literally a ton of projects. I mean, the city staff gave me so many pages. It's like, Dave says he's got a tough job. Well, I think I've got a tougher job trying to take all this stuff and put it, into a single message you can deliver in a reasonable period of time. But let me just rattle off some of the things that are going on. Over where the Elks used to be on First Street, there's now a beautiful project that the Wormers group is putting together. And they've gone out of their way to hire an architect that is going to make it compatible with the zoo. Because remember, right across where the old Saddleback used to be, we have the Santa Ana Zoo. And so integrating those two projects so that they're compatible becomes important. Also trying to integrate some retail, because every time we do residential, wherever we can put retail, that's a good thing, because retail helps us generate money to balance the budget, to keep the city moving forward. So we're looking at doing some retail there as well. Over on the North Main Street, the Time and Temperature building, I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's an older building, kind of like across, right next to Main Place. That's not only going to be renovated and upgraded, but it's also going to have a residential component around it. And our friends at Prez, I think, are doing a great job. They're working with staff. It's not always easy. You have easements and ingress and egress and all these realities of life. But, we have to keep dreaming. We have to keep believing. And as we do that, we keep accomplishing. And talking about accomplishing, we recently passed our budget, $516 million city budget. It was balanced. We have a reserve, about $40 million or so. We have a AA credit rating. So in many ways, the city is solid. The city is good, financially, and I think that's a very important thing. But I got to tell you, times are tough. We've got the retirement issues to deal with. I don't know of any city in the state of California that right now can sit back and say, we have a good handle on the future, because we have to keep working as we negotiate with our labor unions and all. We have to have always one eye, in the mirror. And I want to take a moment to talk about public safety. We've worked very hard to become a very safe city. And as we have done that, sometimes you go forward, sometimes you slip a little bit. I want to say that under the new leadership of our new chief, David Valentin, I believe we're just doing wonderfully ever since he took over. A lot of things are turning around in a better direction, and that's important for us. Also, our relationship with OCFA, Chief Bowman, and how well we're working. It's difficult to transition and to go from one system to another, but here in Santa Ana, it's worked out very well, and we're thankful for that. I also want to talk, I'm covering a lot of ground here. I also want to talk to you a little bit about sustainability. Councilmember Solario the other day said, when are we going to be 100% renewable energy here in the city? What's a reasonable goal? Well, I'll tell you, I chaired the U.S. Conference of Mayors Energy Committee for 10 years. I know cities across America and what they're doing. And it's not easy to do that, but you can take steps. Companies like Clean Energy that are bringing in renewable natural gas, green diesel, all electric cars and how things are changing. We can get there from here. And what I want to do is I want to bring to the City Council a resolution that says that we'll set a goal for 2035. I think it's doable. There's some cities actually that are almost there today. They have some advantages we don't have, such some have very large dams and hydro. We don't have a lot of hydro. We're not going to get any anytime soon. So there's certain things we don't have, but there's other things we do have, such as the ability to use technology, to try to work with companies and our own city and neighboring cities and organizations to get there and to become renewable by 2035. And it could be sooner than that, but I think we can do that. Boy, my introduction is late, but I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going. The streetcar. I want to talk about the OC streetcar because Daryl is here, and Tim, and so many of the board members, and folks that have helped over the years, like Janet. When you were on the board of OCTA, you were a big supporter, and I thank all of you. past and present and future. Some of you, like my good friend the mayor from Huntington Beach, you're a part of the future. All this is catching momentum, and the reason I mention that is that it's going to be a big deal. It's about a $300 million project. It's going to go across the city. At this point, from east to west, at this point, I believe it's beyond the point of no return. I keep asking Daryl, when can we relax? When can we stop pushing? Because I'm always trying to, find the fast forward button. And he says, no, Miguel, things take longer than you want them to take. But look, you need for things to take less than staff tells you. And so I think it's good to have a little bit of a natural rub, if you will. But at this point, I think the one in the first leg, I think has real momentum, and we're trying to look into the future. And I want to thank folks like Henry Walker, because as president of Farmers and Merchants Bank, you'd think, okay, he does one thing, but no, Henry's the kind of guy that cares about Southern California. He cares about the community. And Henry, some of the meetings that you've helped set up with the Diocese of Orange, and trying to look at the cathedral over in Garden Grove, where potentially we could someday connect to that cathedral, and what that would mean with the outlets in Orange and the UCI Medical Center and the cathedral and all along Chapman. Maybe it's a Pollyannish dream, but I think it's a dream that maybe can be realized, and folks like yourself are making that difference. As I look at just pushing and being persistent and trying to make things happen, I can never forget what happened with the what is today the Samueli Academy, because that took a long time. It took, I don't know how many years, Susan and Sandy, it took a long time. And sometimes you have to be persistent beyond reason. You can't stop just because you run into a bunch of no's. And I remember getting in the car and driving around with these two amazing ladies, and we couldn't find anything. We just couldn't find anything in the city. And I remember one time Susan called and saying, well, Miguel, we're going to go to Chino. I said, Chino? And she said, well, we can't, nobody wants us in Orange County. Really, nobody wants us. Well, we kept going, kept looking. We found that site over on Fairview. And today, I invite any of you, please go out there and look at the beautiful dream that's been realized and all the kids that are being helped. And kids are being helped constantly all over the city. I mean, as I look at the, Santa Ana Unified, they service 53,000 students. But not only that, within the last 6 years, in an effort to improve graduation rates, they've actually increased them by 9%. We're now above the state average for the Unified. And there was a while where we were way behind the state average. We're now above that. But I want to thank the Unified because they're so open and friendly, and I don't know some of the board members that are here from Santa Unified, but I know some of the staff is here, and I'll tell you they have an open policy with us, and they've supported different charter schools, and that's enabled folks like the charter school from USC, and I know some of the folks are here. The only place outside of Los Angeles County right now that USC has allowed for there to be a charter school has been in Santa Ana. And the Hurwitzes and the whole board and what you guys are doing is amazing, because we already have a school here that's affiliated with USC through the USC Charter School. And that's good news for us and a very positive thing. Also, folks like Doug Hodge that, went out on his own with his wife, did a really crazy thing. They just went out and bought a building. They just bought a building and said, we're going to put a school in there. Not only that, they came to me and they said, Miguel, we need to do it like in 6 months or something like that. I mean, just a really, really tight timeline, because you've got seismic issues, because when you're going to go to an educational code, it's a different world. And we did it. We worked together, and it came together, and it happened, and now there's the Nova Academy, which, by the way, Daryl, we have to work with them because the way we're doing our staging for the streetcar, it's right in their front door, and they can't figure out how the students are going to get in and out, and that would not be a good thing. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure out how to get the students to come in and out. I also want to talk about Santa Ana College because they were founded in 1915, and board members like Claudia Alvarez and Jose Solari, who was on there previously, they're doing a great job. That institution now has something like 43,000 students. That's a lot of students. And those are the accredited ones. There's others that are not accredited, and that's another 15,000. So, that's making a huge difference in our community, and it's being done, because they're just doing a good job. They're working closely with us. And by the way, they're now a gateway either to UCI or to Cal State Fullerton. They have relationships and contracts and agreements with them that push them in that direction. And again, we're doing well with that. The homeless is a tough issue, and I want to thank folks like Todd Spitzer over at the county that are working with us, because we have to handle this regionally. And I'm sad my friend had to leave early, Alan Bernstein, because he's put together a group of mayors, and we're trying to figure out what can we do together. And I'll tell you, we're all doing something. And folks like Mercy House and the efforts that that they're doing is making a difference. Here in Santa Ana, you can't tell, but we literally have taken hundreds of people off the streets. We still have more, and we put them either in shelters or using block grant monies. We've taken those monies and put them into apartments and places where they have some permanency in their life. And that's the biggest problem with homeless, according to Larry Haynes, who's an expert in that, and that is just trying to break the cycle and take the first step. And look, and in many cases, it's really, really difficult because, sometimes there's mental illness, sometimes there's drug addiction, sometimes there's things that, it's not just a matter of having an intervention and a long speech. It really takes a program. It really takes a village. It really takes, people, working together and working together very, very closely. I also want to mention the fact that as we work together, there's things sometimes you don't see. Like, for example, with Anaheim, there's this Anaheim Resort vehicle. Guess what one of the destinations is on a regular basis? Right here all over Santa Ana. They come into the Artist Village. They come in a main place. They tourism is coming together. And together we can do so much. And I am going to take a moment. Nick. He's going to do a brief introduction, and then I'm going to continue. It is my honor to have Dr. Henry Nicholas here. Thank you, Nick.
This is the first time I've had someone introduce me to introduce me. So that was a great introduction.
Thank you.
And I want to introduce you to everyone else, but was it supposed to be a surprise who you were? I don't know. But let's see. I wanted to talk about. Well, actually, I wanted to talk about the fact you're a Democrat.
All right.
So you can't. You get what you ask for. If you want me to introduce you, I'm just gonna do it my way. Yeah. So I'm a Republican. So I believe in Republican values. Yes, absolutely. And it's what's weird is my favorite politician would be this guy, and I generally don't like politicians, and I look past the fact that he's a Democrat. But he would be, I think it's that we have a common interest. I mean, well, we're both engineers, and we both love Santa Ana. We love the community. And we love kids. Spoken like a true politician. You can never go wrong with that. Baby kissing is, good job. So, but I think that he's unique in that. Most politicians aren't engineers, sadly, but you're one of the few politicians. I think the only politician that has never asked me for money for your campaign. Only for Santa Ana. Correct. And which God, I would say that probably the dollars that I have given to the city. 14 million. 14. Well, yeah, if you count NAC, yeah. It's, I would say it has the highest ratio, as best I could tell. It's nice when you donate something, you see the money goes directly to the cause. This is like, as best I could tell, probably 110%. So he takes city employees, who are force multipliers for what I assign, and it goes directly to help the citizens. And so that is truly unique, and you guys are, should consider yourself blessed to have someone that, despite being a Democrat, has those leanings. So, I should really, speak about NAC, Nicholas Academic Center, which, he has been a longtime supporter of the Nicholas Academic Center. And for those of you who may not be aware, we've, have invested very heavily in, recognizing the demographic here in Santa Ana. There are a large number of really bright, high potential students that are facing big cultural barriers and big economic barriers. They have no money. Parents may not even be citizens. And that notwithstanding, they have the willingness to work, and they're highly intelligent. And so we had this theory, or I had this theory, that if we try to take away those barriers, they're going to, they're going to outperform, the lazy, upper class white kids. Which, so, I believe in competition. So, no, but we've actually done, and in fact, that's what has happened. We have we invested in getting these kids who have never gone, actually, none of their family members, not even their remote relative, any have gone to college. So they have no role models whatsoever. And that, and we managed, which is, actually significant, to get them into not just colleges, but, great institutions like UCLA, secondary institutions like USC, but also, but, well, also Georgetown, Harvard. Harvard, I hear, is that's like UCLA of the East, right? And West Point, Air Force Academy, Purdue, these are the list of the top tier universities. And so, turns out there are some preferences. So getting them in was easier than perhaps if they were upper class white kids, okay, as it should be, I think. But once you're in, there's no preferences as far as the grades you get. There's no preferences as far as graduating, and we have outperformed the national average consistently every single year. I mean, I wish the statistics here. We have a retention rate now of over 85%, and the national average for blended for everyone is like 65, and our graduation rate is at the top. And so, I'm very pleased that, and most of them, actually, the majority are going on to postgraduate. They're getting graduate degrees, and there's actually kind of I'd say there's definitely a slant towards engineering majors. Yes, but I have done nothing to push them in that direction, but I think that's a good thing. So Anyway, this program, since day one, I mean, we now have over 1,000 NAC associates, counting the graduates and advocates that are part of this program. And back when we had our first class, 25, I mean, Miguel was there. He's been a supporter of this since day one, and as has the school district. But I mean, I think very much so because of Miguel's forceful, promotion of our program. And so this would have been impossible, the results we achieved, without Miguel's efforts. And I mean, efforts not just financial whatnot, but his own personal time. And every single graduation he has been there, every single event. We have like a Thanksgiving. We go and we actually provide Thanksgiving for all the extended families, everyone that's in the program, and he's there at that. And so I really think that, I wish you'd become a Republican, but you guys are so lucky to have him as your mayor. And so, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Just a couple of things, and then we're going to go into with the family. So if the family can start coming up, I'm going to wrap up. Pa, si puedes venir, and I saw my son Miguelito around here somewhere. If we can start coming up. And Nick, hang around. You're going to like this. I think there's some seats over here on the right, Nick. If you like, there's a couple seats over here. Just real quick, we have a group of nonprofits. I want them to, in a moment, stand up. Goodwill Industries, Mercy House, the Nicholas Academic Center, Orange County, Boys and Girl Scouts, the, Samuelia Academy, OC United Way, Nova Academy, Santa Ana Boys and Girls Club, the USC Charter School, Sisters of St. Joseph, the Salvation Army. I think there's a few others, but I don't know if they're present or not. But I want just to take a moment to acknowledge all of them, because that's the heart and soul of the city. It's all these people that give, that care, that volunteer, that do things not because they have to or anybody's paying them to do it, but that do it because they love it. They do it. Is Enrique here? All right, Miguel, if you can call Enrique and Miguelito. Where's Miguelito? He stepped outside. All right, well, we got to get him in here. ¿Le puedes ir a Miguelito? Oh, they're getting him. All right, so I can't do what I'm going to do solo. It's good to have backup, because then you can kind of hide a little bit. If you miss a chord or two, you won't know. But so anyways, could all those nonprofits that are present here today please stand up? I want to take a moment to acknowledge you. Please. And then I guess we're just going to go ahead and start, but it's going to be awkward without our... Yeah, but the accordion player. We'll do it without an accordion player. Well, that's my son coming, but he's not the accordion player. He's the guitarist, but we'll just do it ourselves, Miguel. We'll just do it. It's important to improvise. Sometimes you have to, call audibles. One final thing, and that is that I want to also acknowledge Arnell Development and Kevin Hauber and all the good work that you all are doing. I know we're looking at a project right now over by the freeway there, and I just hope that as we do that, I know there's a desire for residential, that may we bring in a hotel component or something like that. Just, again, thinking about revenue to the city. So with that, go ahead.
We're going to change up the order of songs because the accordion player is on his way. He thought we meant PM when we meant AM.
All right, well, let me tell a 2-second story about AM and PM. Janet, I was invited by the Vietnamese community to a Tet festival, and they said, could you be there at 1? And I said, sure, 1 o'clock is fine. But it turns out that when the staff says to me, Miguel, you know you already agreed to go, but it's at 1 a.m. It's a New Year's festival, not 1 p.m. And so that's what happened to our accordion player here today. But to me, I went out there, and in the middle of the night, the story gets worse because I'm also thinking, you know, I love the Vietnamese community. It was an election year. In an election year, you're always thinking votes. I'm thinking like, you know, at least 10,000 votes, maybe more. So I'm out there in the middle of the night at this event, and they make me go up on stage, and I'm throwing oranges out into the crowd because it's part of what you do. But the people in the front, their faces are getting red because they're up too close, and I'm thinking, oh man, I'm going to like kill somebody. So let's throw them fast and get, and then you know, you gong and you bow and you do all the right stuff. But then the head priest, you know, he's got like long robes. He goes like this. He says, follow me. So I start to follow him. I said, well, now what? Well, we go to the center of this plaza, and there's a big, huge pole, and it's got a bunch of illegal fireworks. And meanwhile, out of the corner of my eye, and realize this is now like 2 in the morning by now, corner of my eye, I see a fire captain, and I know what they're doing. They're doing an inspection for the booths and things at 2 a.m. And so I look at him, he looks at me, and I look at the poll, and I'm thinking 10,000 votes, what do I do? and so you know, he just shrugs his shoulders. He goes like, I don't know. So I figure, well, if he doesn't know, but then it gets worse. Because then the priest, you know, he's got these robes, and he goes like this, and somehow he manages to get a lighter. And he's passing me the lighter. So he passes me the lighter. I look at him, I look at the captain, and I look at all the votes, and I light the fuse. All right, Miguel. So let's go ahead.
Let's look. All right, so we're going to save this one for the end, but we're going to do it at the beginning. And it's a song that David and I wrote together. And it's called I'm Done With This.
You know I'm done with this. You know I'm done with living this way. You know it's obvious. All of our choices turn life into chains. What will you do? What will you say? Can you free your mind when you're trapped by your ways? I wanna love all the things I do, the way that the sea licks the sand. But it's hard to be free when the things you dream live beyond your command. 'cause you think it's a long way down. Breathe life, see life, let life be life.
Good morning.
By the way,
Este trabaja. Mickey.
Check.
Just wanted to mention that David Valentin, who I think is doing a great job, was mentored by Paul Walters. And Paul, I just wanted to thank you because 40 years in this city, you've done a lot, and your spirit and your soul is still here. Thank you.
Did you guys like that? A thumbs up. My dad came to me. He's like, "I want you to do the song about being done with this." I'm like, "Wouldn't that be kind of ironic? Because like you're still mayor, you know." But I think one can feel a sense of completion without being complete, right? One can feel accomplished while also turning away. I don't No, I'm just messing around. We're gonna sing a song in Spanish. My grandfather here, who is going to be 92 in September. And he wants to renew his motorcycle license.
Antes de cantar,
Before singing,
les voy a decir,
I want to tell you, corto.
no tan corto, lo que hago yo para ser feliz.
What I do to be happy.
Primero en la mañana le doy gracias a Dios por el día que me da.
I thank God for the day that He gives me.
Después le digo que mi familia y mis amigos
Later I tell Him that my family and my friends
tengan trabajo,
have work,
y vayan por el buen camino.
and have a good path.
Hay a veces que me preocupo por el calentamiento global.
Sometimes I worry about climate change.
Y una vez que estaba platicando con una señorita,
And one time I was speaking with a young lady.
la señorita me dijo, ¿para
She
qué
said,
se
"Why are you
preocupa
worried?
si ya va de salida?"
You're on your way out." I think we should all worry.
No, it's good. They can see.
Otra cosa que le pido es que
Something else I ask,
me cuide de no hacer cosas malas.
that God keep me in a good path.
Con eso me siento muy contento
With that I feel happy,
y siempre estoy feliz.
and I'm always happy. Vamos a cantar. Now this song is Que lejos estoy. It basically says how far away I am from the place where I was born. And it's a traditional Mexican folk song. Ustedes empiecen, yo lo sigo.
Qué lejos estoy del suelo donde he nacido. Intensa nostalgia invade mi pensamiento. Y al verme tan solo y triste, cual hoja al viento, quisiera llorar, quisiera morir de sentimiento. Oh tierra del sol, suspiro por verte. Ahora que lejos yo vivo sin luz, sin amor. Y al verme tan solo y triste, cual hoja al viento, quisiera llorar, quisiera morir de sentimiento. Oh tierra del sol, suspiro por verte. Ahora que lejos yo vivo sin luz, sin amor. Y al verme tan solo y triste, cual hoja al viento, quisiera llorar, quisiera morir de sentimiento.
Yo quiero Edelweiss, ¿ya está bien? Okay, this is going to be our final song. It's going to be Edelweiss.
So please sing
and
along.
I don't know if they can put it up on the screen because I've had some folks tell me, what is Edelweiss? Where's that song? And maybe that dates me. But if we can put the songs up, the lyrics for Edelweiss, and if you can, sing along and just sing loud. Know the person next to you is...
Well, raise your hand if you've seen The Sound of Music. Yeah? Oh, wow.
See?
Yeah. So, at the end of the film, Captain Von Trapp is trying to escape the Nazis. And so he's in front of all the Nazis and he sings a song. You're not the Nazis, don't worry.
And we're not escaping
Yeah,
anything.
we're not. Yeah, but it's a really beautiful
But it's
song.
a nice song about love and country.
It's about love and country and love of nature and yeah.
Okay, empiecen. Nada más ese sería la gente.
Edelweiss, Edelweiss, every morning you greet me, small and white, clean and bright, you look happy to meet me. Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow forever. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my homeland forever. Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow forever. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my homeland forever.
Thank you for coming. And may God bless Santa Ana, and may God bless every single one of you. Thank you very much.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice
Hello, welcome to this week's edition of SAC News. I'm Katie LeCarry.
And I'm Angel Ramirez. Thanks for joining us.
Santa Ana College will host some Veterans Administration benefits workshops. Vets can learn how to use their VA benefits to further their education at SAC. Veterans who attend an entire workshop session will receive priority certification, which is a request to the VA to have their classes paid for the upcoming summer and fall terms. Workshops will take place at SAC from May 14th through May 18th. The hour and location of the workshops will vary each day. Call SAC's Veterans Resource Center for more information.
Santa Ana College hosted a conference to help undocumented students to reach their educational goals. The We Love Our Dreamers conference introduced students to many resources available in their community. Students were also heard from former students who have gone to achieve their dreams. The conference organizers hope the event gave students a sense of hope.
Some Santa Ana residents recently learned what it takes to have a say in the future of their community.
Reporter Anthony Chasenwinter has more.
The ever-increasing costs of housing, land rights, and healthy foods were among the topics at a meeting aimed at addressing future community needs. The Thrive Conference drew people from across the country. Santa Ana resident Sebastian Mata says sharing information is key.
Is for all the people here to meet with other people who have experienced similar problems and to take strategies and ideas and movements and actions from those people.
Santa Ana community organizer Josue Hernandez says the conference elevates residents' voices.
A lot of times the elected officials or professionals dismiss the richness, the intelligence, and then truly the expertise of the communities that live there. Who better to know about the issues and the needs of the community than the community itself?
Workshops and presenters focused on strategies to improve their community and heard strategies from attendees. UCLA professor of urban planning, Anya Roy says, the reason most citizens are left out of the planning process is because income inequality translates into political inequality.
So working class communities of color have historically been excluded from processes of urban development, from processes of decision making.
Gaining momentum in Santa Ana is rent control. Residents say they are being forced from their neighborhoods they have lived in for years.
And it's that insistent demand.
According to census figures reported by public radio station KBCC, rent has increased in Santa Ana more than 10% since 2010, while income has gone up less than 2%. Roy says those kind of numbers equal problems for residents.
Of what the economic future is like for these communities as they see more forms of urban development. Will residents who have been here actually be able to be here and benefit from those forms of development?
Hernandez says the main message from the conference should be the power is in the people.
What I hope that people take away from today is that feeling that they're not alone, that there's a lot of people out there that are struggling, but it's not a futile struggle.
In Santa Ana, Anthony Chasenwinter, SAC News.
Santa Ana renters gathered for the start of a campaign to get a rent control measure on the November ballot. The signature gathering kickoff featured food, music, and dancing. Supporters of rent control will need to gather more than 11,000 signatures to qualify for the November ballot. Supporters are going door to door for the next few months.
Students, are you aware of the student lounge at Santa Ana College?
Our reporter, Andrew Lapp, visited the spot to see how students can take a break without leaving campus.
Student life can be stressful, but some students are using the spot here at SAC as a way to wind down after class.
Whenever kids are stressful these days, they have no place else to go, so they come here to have a little fun.
You know, you just come in here, hang. It's like a Boys and Girls Club, though, for us college students.
But the spot is more than a place to goof off. For some, it's a place to get work done when other areas are crowded.
It's a different place besides the library to study. I know sometimes it's hard to study when there's no noise, so it's a little easier.
I'm more of a focused guy when it comes to like in a small place, and I do homework there a lot these days.
Perhaps most importantly, having a student lounge helps students maintain friendships.
Yeah, that's where I catch up, with old buddies from high school, just talking about life. Since I have class in the morning, I hardly ever see them.
Reporting from Santa Ana, this is Andrew Lapp, SAC News.
room 210 in the village from 8:30 to 5.
That ends this edition of SAC News. Don't forget to visit our YouTube channel.
And if you happen to be at any of the events we mentioned today, be sure to tag us for the chance to be featured on our Instagram page. Catch us next week for an inside look at how Santa Ana College gets water to your tap.